Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, November the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you. Thank you, RC Bremen. Wow. RC Bremen in our YouTube room. Jumped the gun. Excellent. You guys, so on YouTube, you guys can hear me, see my screen. And thank you, William. You can hear me and see my screen also. In the main room. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? So first of all, I always like to take a quick look at the SPY. So we've got a little bit of lift. We had a huge day yesterday, of course. The Dow was up big. SPY was up. Qs are up. Hopefully a little continuation. Market's up a little bit this morning. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So let's take a look at some of the, but still, nothing absolutely has gone crazy. Amber's up 60%. But remember, a lot of times when I see this pre-market actives up screen, we see stocks that are up 100, 200, 300%. So nothing wrong with 60%, but not seeing the massive jumps. AMBR is up. And that is after the company reported, but it's an earnings play, okay? Amber is an earnings play. AMBR is an earnings play. Did I have that down? Yes, I did. E-play up. So that's an earnings play. Well, okay. I have an MNDR here, Minder. Pretty brutal 2 days after a great 2 days. But we'll see. I mean, there's the high of yesterday, 276. If it takes that out, then the next high is around 4. A lot of volume, good volume. Don't see any specific news on it for today. SPRC, I did see something today, something to do with jumping after a deal to buy Xylo's medical device patents. So that was the reason. That's the reason for SPRC. Very low float, 1.98 million in the float. Lots of interesting areas that could stall though. So don't know. Yeah, I mean it's up 25%. A lot of volume already. Again, just have to wait and see at 9:30 how the market reacts. It's already pulled back a bit, 344 down to 306. Woof. WOOF is an earnings play, guys. Yeah, WOOF is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. But again, when you look left, what I see anyway, a lot of resistance between the current price and 4. That's what I see. Morning, Ozzy and Boris and Sten. And good morning, Nissan. New here. Excellent. Welcome to the room. AEHL. AEHL. I don't see any news on it today. I'm pretty sure, well, obviously had some news a couple of days ago, continuation yesterday. It's one of those, yeah, this is one of those crypto plays, company getting into Bitcoin acquisition. Mhm. What is Bitcoin doing? About 87,000 right now. So I see Bull-G. Bull-G is the two-time ETF for Bull. Webull is up today. You can see it here. It's up 8% at least. This is a two-timer. Let's take a look at Webull. I don't know if there's any specific news for Webull. Now, if I could read whatever that language is, looks German. Der Unflick transcript. Anyway, I don't bullish activity. Yeah, I don't know what the news is for Webull today, if there's actually any. Hasn't been fun to be a Webull shareholder though. Not since these heady days. ALAR, ALAR. So this is down 21% on earnings. So they're not a bio. No bio today, William, that I can see. Some beaten up bio. Can't see one anyway. But here's ALAR, ALAR, through the 200-day moving average. And this is so it looks like 9 is trying to hold it. So it got a little bit below 9, 989 or so. So 9 is trying to hold it. Still, let me find my webpage. We had a problem yesterday, but I thought it was rectified. Just give me a moment. Somebody's trying in YouTube once they get into what I term the main room or call the main room. So this is typically what I get people to do. Click on that. Welcome to the free trading room. Log in. So what is the issue? What's the issue exactly? You can set your what like are you not getting this screen when and you'll just type you get your email and a password? Because yesterday when we tried this, it was a blank screen for the first time I tried, but it looks like it's rectified. So when you say your web page, when you say didn't work, when you click on my link, my homepage link, and you obviously get this, and when you say didn't work, when you click on more info, are you not getting this popping up? Dwayne, what was that link? If you're in, I should save that link. You gave me some link that said Pro Trading Room. Okay, G Rivera, I have to ask the questions one at a time. Then, when you click on my link, do you not eventually get to this screen? When you click on my homepage link, and you're up at the top, and you scroll down, and it says Trading Room, and you click on more info. Are you not getting to this screen? If you say yes, if you say no, I'm not sure. Oh, you're talking about getting in. Well, you're in YouTube, so how did you get in? I have to keep going, okay, but just want to make sure that that I don't know how people get into the room. To be honest, I mean, ideally they save my homepage and then every day, and then they can go into that section where the trading room is, and that's how you get it. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I'll pop this in. Maybe this will help. I don't know. This is another link to get into the trading room. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I'll have to try to. I'll save that. Okay, there's another link to get into the trading room. Okay, let me keep going. Herbalife, guys, is still Oracle. Actually, Oracle. Look at Oracle. Now, I had. Where is Oracle? There was an ETF. I think this one, ORCX. ORCX. So this is up. So Oracle's up 5%, a little over 5%. And this is this is a two-time version ETF designed for Oracle. So if you think Oracle is going to keep moving higher, this is a way in which you can play that. You'll get double the move. So remember what that means. If Oracle, the stock, moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But when Oracle, the stock, moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. So let's take a look at Oracle. And is there news? Oracle sell-off brings attractive entry point. Well, that's not news today. I don't know if there's any specific news on Oracle. Getting close to the 200-day moving average. Can't see the plus minus button. I'm not sure, Wei Dong. Not sure in terms of getting the screen bigger, zooming. I haven't looked at this for so long. I know there was a way. Thank you. Maybe somebody who does this every day, zooming in and out. I don't know where it is. AMBA. AMBA is an earnings play, and AMBA is moving down on earnings. AMBA guys, yeah, AMBA moving down on earnings, and it is that's still well above the 200-day. Urban guys. So yesterday, and we had the retailers. I mean, I don't know. I don't look at the ETFs that often, but I mean, the retail ETF, XRT, at one point that was up about 5 or 6%. That's a huge move. We had a couple of big retailers, Kohl's, KSS, and ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch. Here's another one though. Look at this. I mean, here's another retailer, Urban Outfitters. Big move on earnings. Big move on earnings. So I wonder, is this going to be one of those ones where you look at it later on and you say, wow, I remember when this one was 40 cents. So here's that amaze, guys. AMZE, couple of, so 27 cents up to 37 cents, 31 cents. So I don't know if there's any news on this one after the company. Well, there is some news after the company announced its CEO Aaron Day bought 335,000 shares. Okay. I actually think I think that upped him to about 500. I did see that news this morning. So he's got 575,000 shares. Now, I mean, it's not that much money because we were talking about a stock. I don't know when he bought them, but the stock is only 45 cents. So it's not like it's 575. Well, it's even less than $575,000. So anyway, but there is that. So the CEO trying to help to promote his stock by buying shares. Cypher guys, Cypher, yeah, Cypherpunk. Little pop here for Cypherpunk. This was a super active one for a while. Got up to 372. Last few days sunk. Trying to have a little comeback day, perhaps. Okay. Anything else? Let's see if anything else is pop. BQ, been an active one also. BQ, to say the least. Yeah, this has just been flatlining now. I know it's up 13%, but All right, guys. Yeah. So Amber's made a little bit of a move because the last time I saw it was up 60%. So it's up 76% now. AMBR. And this is an earnings play. AMBR is an earnings play. I keep looking left. I see all these little areas it could stall. Boy, sometimes, if it could only have next high looking left to be up here around 436. This would be an awesome look, but I mean, it may still move on its own. So remember, guys, for those of you who don't know, maybe outside of North America, tomorrow is a market holiday, U.S. Thanksgiving, and a half day on Friday. What I plan to do on Friday is probably do no pre-market work. Maybe just show up at 6:30 or 9:30 Eastern time. Okay, do no pre-market work at all, and just rely on my gap. It'd be interesting doing no. I almost don't have to do any pre-market work right now because I'm just relying on my gap continuation scan. And whether I do any pre-market work or not doesn't really matter if I'm gonna rely on that scan. Nutanix, yeah, I saw Nutanix was actually, it's funny. There are some earnings plays. I mean, here's the LR. Nutanix is up here. Here's LI, China ETF, EV. But here's Nutanix. On the top side, there's the Amber and the Wolf and the Urban. Market is still holding its early gains. I mean, it's not up much. It's up $1.60, but at least it's still holding its early gains. Urban, okay, URBN. Well, if it follows the way the other ones yesterday did, I mean, this could be kind of an all dayer. Now, this one is starting to fade a bit. Okay, I don't recall the other ones fading and getting below the cloud wave in the pre-market, but certainly Coles, KSS, and ANF, they were basically all day holds. What table is that? You're talking about the we have an earnings channel. If you want to go there, you click on new and then go to dock channel bar. Okay, docked channel bar. Okay, click on the show more. We do actually have an earnings channel. You can take a look at if you want. A lot of the things that are where is it? Earnings. Okay, so it's a way to find the ones that are so up after earnings, here's a top. So if you don't want to see the race, but here's up after earnings, down after earnings. Okay, you can take a look at this if you wanted to. If that's what you're talking about. Earnings plays for me are stocks that released earnings after hours yesterday and pre-market today. That's what an earnings play is for me. Lanai, man, this one I was disappointed in yesterday. I thought the news in this was a pancreatic drug, cancer drug, and I thought that would really rip. I mean, it ripped in the pre-market, but it's just sold off. Okay, now that I have just a moment or two, does anybody? I don't want to ask Pepe. Just give me a moment because I may have to change the link if you guys are having. I suppose that the question is who uses my homepage link? Okay, my homepage link to get into the room every day. Right here because I don't. I mean, it looks simple enough to me. I mean, you just put in a username and a password. It looks simple enough to me. But if that link isn't working, I know the other way. G. Rivera said the other link does work. I could always get them to change it, I suppose. But this is a little nicer. I mean, because it's got a little more information in it, I suppose. But anybody use that link to get in? It does work. Faith, is that how you do it every day? Now remember, yeah, your passwords. Now listen, if you're getting the emails from Trade Ideas regarding a password change, it is not spam. It's not spam, and it's not a scam. Okay, you must do it. No, I actually got it last night. I got the email last night. I had to do mine last night. I have to admit, it was very easy. In the email itself, it says, click this link. It brought me to the password reset page, which I think most of us are used to, with other programs. If you have to do a reset of your password, I put in a new password. I, I re-put it so that I made sure that it was the same one. And then that was it. And then when I logged into Trade Ideas, it it said, error or something to that effect, and I had to put in the new password, and that was it. So, I mean, and this has been a security deal for us, okay, guys? That's why we're doing it. But I think the whole exercise took me, 10 seconds. So you have to do it. So, Panda, when you say you still can't load the Trade Ideas can't load Trade Ideas login page for Trade Ideas, what do you mean by that? You mean you okay, well, try this. Well, it's crazy because some people are having no problem using my link, like going to my homepage and going to the download page. But again, here's another link then to get into the main page or the main room. You can try this. Okay. Don't you cannot save a link. Okay. I don't think you can save the link. It has to be, I have to do it every day. Okay. I have to do it every day. If you haven't, and also if you haven't, as Pepe is saying, if you haven't reset your password yet, you're going to be forced to do it. Okay. And as I said, when I did it last night, it took me, maybe I'm exaggerating, but 10 seconds. I got the email. There was a link. It said, click here. I clicked it, brought me to the passwords reset page, put my password in twice, my new password in twice. That was it. Yeah, you have to use the link in the email though. Okay, Panda Guy. It's a big security issue that we're going through, or to enhance security. So don't disregard the email if you get it. It's a little bit like the email that everybody gets saying you've got to fill in the agreements again, to sort of prove that you are not a professional trader. Do we want to do that? No, but the exchanges force us to do it. And it's not on mass on one specific day. It'll be on whenever your renewal date is. And so you usually get that about a week or maybe even 2 weeks ahead, and you got to fill it in. And I know it's a hassle. Well, it's a hassle because, you get a lot of email, not just from us, but you get a lot of emails, and I'm sure that you look at some of them as, it doesn't affect me, doesn't mean anything. So you just don't do it. You get rid of it. Unfortunately, if you do that, what happens is you will not be able to load into. I'm not talking about the password reset right now. I'm talking about not filling out the exchange agreements once a year. You'll be prevented, and it's an accounting thing for us, or an audit. It's more of an audit. The exchanges audit us. So when you click on it, what happens? Enter room, what happens? I'm just doing it right now, and it looks, I mean, you're saying it doesn't work. I don't know why it's not working. Are you saying even when you put in a nickname and your and your password, it's not working? So Shaden, are you talking about what is the difference between our YouTube room and I'll call it the main room? The difference is YouTube has about a, and that's imposed on us by YouTube, about an 8-second delay. If I say a 5 to 8 second delay, I mean, otherwise, I mean, people hear me and see my screen, but there is about a 5-second delay. So, I mean, YouTube is fine. If you just want to hear me and see the screen, you don't care about interacting amongst other traders. I mean, that's the other main difference. There's a lot more activity in the other room, the trading room, as I call it. Okay, guys, a little bit of a surge ahead of the market open. Yeah, I have a feeling this is all to do with the passwords, Pepe. People not changing their passwords. Have to do it. All right, guys, we have 10 seconds before 9:30. So I've got my 9:30 layout up and running. This window right here, the gap window, nothing will happen in this one until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean I'll get anything at 9:45, but I have a 15-minute delay on purpose. I don't want to see anything until at least 9:45. This will start to this move us to the upside versus move us to the downside. This will start to give us some ideas momentarily. So as Pepe is saying, the reason why you can't get in, you're still logged into the TI webpage and it's rejecting them because they haven't changed their password. Okay. We'll get through this. I mean, it's just okay, guys. NU, and see this in the pre-market. NU popping. Big day yesterday. I don't recall this one yesterday at all, but had a big day yesterday. And actually, when I say a big day, I mean it had a nice day, but it also closed near the high. So hear ye, hear ye. You will get a blank screen on any TI page, Trade Ideas page, until you change your password. Okay. Nutanix is an earnings play. NTNX is an earnings play. Starting to move down on earnings. Now, I should have also said, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down. I run the risk of something running away immediately. Now, speaking of that, take a look at the SETI, CETI. Huge day yesterday. Got up to almost $3. Closed down here at 233. Above the close now. And we did have, I sort of recall having some news. Yeah, that's right. They had a $10 million battery storage contract in New York City. Okay. So that was the reason for the pop for CETY. Today's a normal day. Yes, Arthur. Friday's the half day. Fluence, I think Fluence was an earnings play yesterday. FLNC was an earnings play yesterday. Yes. So again, it got up to 921, closed down here at 1684. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Working from home. Little things happen in the background. Okay, so there's the NTNX continuing down, guys. There's an earnings play. Did it take out 50? It did take out 50. Big psychological number, in my opinion. Meanwhile, the market, so far anyway, opening bar, time is it now 9:34, is a 5-minute bar. So opening bar, nice bright blue. Hmm. Oscar, another such an active trader in terms of range during the day. Here's that Oscar. Oscar had earnings earlier this month, and the next high, 1910. Of course, a lot of healthcare. Let's just quickly look at XLV. I know I didn't go over the ETFs, but XLV. So yeah, XLV just continuing very strong sector, strong sector. All right, for those of you who don't mind really cheap ones, here's the KTTA, 55-cent stock, next high looking left. I mean, if this were if it weren't under a dollar, I mean, that's a lot of room, 67 cents from 55 in terms of a percentage move. So for those of you who don't mind the cheaper ones, here's maybe an idea. ZIM. This was ZIM, I believe, was one of the ones in the gap scan yesterday. Remember now, nothing will happen in here until at least 9:45. Okay. So watch what would happen. Just out of curiosity, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate the window. Okay. So if you took that off, you will get, here. So here's the Oscar. I think tomorrow I'm going to experiment with this and maybe have just because it's a half day and just have it run right off the bat at 9:30 or 9:35. Anybody who doesn't understand what I'm talking about, just let me know. And remember, I'm sharing this scan in my homepage. And you can, as you can see, I was going to say something. I don't know if you, no, you cannot get this working in the pre-market because there's a relative volume component. So for instance, here's a gap up and reversal for BMNR. Mm, I think I've got this wrong. I think that line is wrong. Let me see. No, that's the VWAP. I don't know why it's a blue line now instead of a purple line, but that is the VWAP. No, not a half a day for the markets today. Full day today, off, closed completely tomorrow, half a day on Friday. PD is an earnings play, guys. Pager duty is an earnings play. PD, earnings play. And obviously not good. Down 17%. Where is this with respect to the all-time? This is almost an all-time low. PD is almost an all-time low. You can see it here. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? These are all, if you took out the 15-minute delay that I've got on here, you will get things a lot earlier. And that is completely up to you. So for instance, this is a gap up and reverse now for Woof. Gap up, reverse. Okay, there's the Fluence, guys. FLNC, FLNC. Now, the next high looking left, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, there's 1926. I mean, obviously, if you took it right now and I got it to 1926, that'd be great. So that is the next high looking left. That's yesterday's high for FLNC. All right, guys. Now, if you have our AI, you should be getting some alerts now. You have our AI. Not sure how if you could have got it at anywhere close to this price, though. This is a short opportunity for AMBA. All right, TSSI. Now you can see probably won't happen today, but if it ever took out 10, you can just see it's got a massive amount of room. TSSI. I think that's why I have a price alert set in that 10 level. Probably not going to happen today. May never happen, but I'll know about it if it does, because look at the room it's got. All right, this one's got some room on a monthly chart anyway. Let me take a look at VRCA. VRCA on a, so I believe the next high looking left is 650. There is some room for VRCA to move. It's at $6 right now, a little under 6 right now. So yes, there's some room. 650 is the next high. Through the 200-day moving average today. Not a lot of volume yet. Only 194,000 shares, 35 times normal. I mean, the volume will pick up, but not a lot of volume. Low float, 5 million in the float, and I'm talking about the VRCA. Boy, PD looks weak, weak, guys. I mean, it is obviously it's falling again, still 18 down 18%. Earnings play, uh, not quite a lifetime low. See where it says, if you can see in my single stock window, it says 0.3%. That means that if you had a lifetime candle for this, it'd be right at the bottom, like right at the bottom. Boy, that was a big reversal now for AMBA. PW, guys, I don't, you know what? I think I forgot to mention PW. PW is now just over $1. Okay. And I think the reason come on, PW, so it's over the 200-day moving average. More importantly, you look left and on a weekly chart, $1.41. So this has got some room. This has got some room on the weekly chart. It's just over the 200-day moving average, and that is PW, and it's probably a low float, 2.7 million. Look at the volume, 26 million, 4,700 times normal. Okay. Keep an eye on this one. The longer it holds over a dollar, I can't remember if I saw any news on this. It's just like a big continuation. Remember, a few days ago, this was a 60 cent stock. Now, there is the 200-day moving average. The VWAP's at about a 111. Something happened to my VWAP here. Okay, so keep an eye on the PW, guys. I mean, there is the 200-day moving averages right there. The VWAP is right there. Okay, so it's got to clear that. But if it does, it's got room. I mean, $1.40 is the next high in the weekly chart anyway. And it has come from 60 cents 3 days ago. Mm. All right, so here we go. This is on the 15-minute delay. Now, when I say 15-minute delay, I'm not talking about 15-minute delay in real time pricing. It's just that I don't want to see anything here until at least 9:45. That's what I'm talking about. And why? Because, especially with a gap scan, stocks can gap up and then move down and then move back up and move back down. In the first 15 doesn't mean after 15 everything is settled down, but certainly in the first 15, a lot more volatility. So that's why I do it. You don't have to do it. And remember, I use this like a watch list. Okay. So I don't know how many we're going to get today in this, but I use it like a watch list. This is the don't repeat version of this. So there's only been, obviously only one stock has met all the requirements, but eventually, probably get, I don't know, 4 or 5 stocks in here, and I use it like a watch list all day long. Ah, man, Nutanix, when it took out 50, NTNX took out 50. So LI, last time I looked, it was negative, but it must have just gone positive. It's an earnings play, I believe. LI is an earnings play. Yeah, it was negative, and now it's gone positive. So LI has gone positive. 1879 was a high. So the next high looking left is 1933. So a little bit of room, a little bit of room. And here's the Fluence. So the Fluence, 1884. Again, why wouldn't I take it? Well, a couple of reasons. 19 is fairly close. Yeah, and if it took out 19, then you've got 1921 there. So it it's not something that I'm that interested in. Rascal is in the amber or going to take amber. So what that means is he'll take it if it gets to 283 and he'll put a 265 stop on it, 283. So basically a little bit above the high or a little bit below the high of the day. Low float. Actually, it's not. Well, it is a low float. I mean, 15 million in the float, not high. HETA just got halted, guys, on the way up. Okay, I've got to make an adjustment here. PW is still just hanging over a dollar, guys. You know what? I have to remember. Now, there's the kiss from yesterday, polls from yesterday. Continuation off earnings. Wow, nice continuation off earnings yesterday. Look how well it closed. I mean, it closed right at the high of the day. How about ANF? Did it do sort of the same thing? That was the other big one from yesterday. Both up over 30%. Yeah, both of them. Look at that. Closed right at near the high of the day. That's a great sign. And now continuation. See what XRT is doing. So this is the retail ETF. Of course, was huge move yesterday. Huge move. Look at that. Look at that bar. And a little continuation today. All right. I have to remember to put a price alert for the PW. So it's got to get over the 200-day, and the VWAP is around a 111-ish. Okay, so I'm going to put a price alert, in this area. People ask, well, if it hit, does it hit? If it hits, does that mean I take the trade immediately? No, but I want to know if it gets there. Oh boy, this Nutanix was the one, guys, just to almost from the get go, just to short it in NTNX. Okay, AMBR. Oh, here's the SETI, guys, from yesterday, the CETY. This is doing this stupid thing. I can't get it moving over, even though Nuke, guys, NUKK. You're talking the same one. Obi, NUKK, huge one from yesterday. Didn't close well, I don't think, but it was a huge one from yesterday. We got up to 695, closed down here at 630. Pepe, what is happening on this? I saw your post, William. Yes. Okay, how about the woof? So this is a gap up and reverse, but it's a pretty cheap one. Well, Pepe, that fix to get the charts moving all the way over to the y-axis is not working today on this. I did get rid of the display, and that was supposedly the fix. I wonder if I get rid of other things. Ah. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to figure this out. Give me a moment. All right, BMNR. Let's take a look at BMNR. Okay, short opportunity here. So, however, would I do it now? No, because the 200-day moving average is not that far away. It's right around 29, so it's a little bit close. I wouldn't do it. Sleep in. That's what I do, Harry. Yeah, so look at the BMNR. So this is an Ethereum play, ETH. Okay, guys. Now the fluence is underneath the VWAP, okay, FLNC underneath the VWAP right now. And whoa, in the market, I was just going to say, I wonder what's happening with the market. Well, we had this happen yesterday also. We had a nice little pop at the beginning, and then we had some giant red bars. So we have 1, 2, so a bit of a sell-off right now. In the economic calendar, I couldn't see anything that would cause this. All right, guys, PW. All right, why not? PW, let's see if it has room to run here now. Now remember, it's a low float, so if you're going to take this, 2.78 million in the float. Going to maintain over the VWAP. It's going to maintain, of course, over the 200-day moving average. Come on, move. Either take me out of the trade or move. All right, Herbalife, guys. Herbalife, gap up and go, 1266. However, look at that. There's the next high looking left. Can't take it. Okay, there's the next high looking left is 1280. So I cannot take it. I don't know what. Well, let's see. I wonder what month that was. That would have been this month back here. This would have been back. So it's over a year ago. It is July of last year. Okay, it is July of last year. There was a daily high in that month. And there's the PD moving down again. Okay, I haven't really looked at any of the halts or zooms yet. So the OSS got halted on the way down, up, sorry, up, halted on the way up. Wow, look at the potential open. So this blue screen that I'm displaying here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Here's the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is the OSS. Halt price at 533 and potential open. This is what this column is trying to tell you, where it could open when it comes out of the halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it got halted at 10:03 plus 58 seconds. So 10:08 plus 58 seconds. But this number, of course, can change. It doesn't have to stay at 574 over the course of the 5 minutes. What PD was the one, guys, on the short side so far. Pepe, I know you don't use the browser interface. This is kicking me off again. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage. Information you can find on my homepage, including scans, top lists, races, single stock windows, all the things that I'm currently sharing. And remember, guys, if you got an email saying you must do a reset of your password, or you saw it and you said, it can't mean me, okay, you've got to reset your password for Trade Ideas. It doesn't take long. I did it last night. So are you getting the same thing? You know what the issue is, Pepe? And it used to be that all I had to do was just disable the display and resistance. But this is getting grayed out. I cannot get this ungrayed in that, which I don't want. That used to be the fix to uncheck that. But I don't know. I don't. This just happening now. It didn't happen yesterday. Anyway, it's. I mean, it's just a bit of a pain having to move it over. Okay, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So we've got a couple of promo codes going. The big one, the Barry 30, you'll get 30% off a premium annual, okay? A premium annual subscription. You have to, you should know the program well enough that you'd say to yourself, yeah, I want a premium annual, okay? Do not jump into one without knowing the program. Otherwise, you can go Barry 25 and you'll get 25% off both monthlies, a premium monthly and a standard monthly, or 25% off a standard annual, okay? So those are the two promo codes that we have. And all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Company tracks the usage of these promo codes that are out there. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay. Now, the other thing is, welcome to the rooms. If you have, if this is the first time in or this week, welcome to the rooms, the YouTube room, and also what I call the main room right here. Now, I know that, yeah, I think the only reason you can't use this link if you haven't done your password reset. I think that's what's blocking a lot of people. But this is the format, okay? So in this room here, what I call the main room, this room is open actually at 6:45, yeah, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi in the room opens it up. I open up YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So why late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so 3:45, a little early for me to open up this room. So that's why Obi does it. Thank you very much, Obi, as usual, as always, should say. Now, even when I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I'll always stay later for questions. But when I do leave, most of the time, William in the trading room will keep the room open after I leave, and that's up to him for how long. He'll let us know. Sometimes it's all the way to 4 o'clock, depending on what sort of earnings plays there are. But I would say sometime between 3:30 and 4. But again, they're under both William and Obi under no obligation to do that. And William says 3-ish today. Okay, so 3 o'clock today. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions about trade ideas, certainly you can ask me questions all day long. Okay, don't feel that you're interrupting me. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you've clicked on my homepage link, first thing you must do is the education section. So you click on more info and scroll down a little bit, getting started with Trade Ideas. That's the first thing you must do. 12 short videos to get you started. If you do not have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, what I would do is start off with that second video and go to the last one. And that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you'd like to try for at least a month. Okay? That's what I would do first. Like I say, the videos are short. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, 15 videos if you're new to trading, and these videos are all free. And if you keep scrolling down, nope, made a mistake. On my homepage, see, this is there we go. So if you keep scrolling down, if you've clicked on my homepage link, I should always remember to do this. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans for the information in here, and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So this is what I am currently sharing. So you can see this, the movers to the upside, movers to the downside. You can see the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. You can see the halts resumes is down here. Single stock window, it's expanded. What you'll see is something that looks like this. I can show you if you do want to see the profile also or something else. Herbalife on the move here, guys. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Couple of races that I'm sharing, large cap race and just a race that is wide open. I don't have them up and running. I have a momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. Also, you can take a look at. I don't have them up and running. And the fact I don't have some of the ones on here not up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm really just concentrating on these two to give me ideas for the day. Okay. More is not necessarily better. Okay. You don't want to get overwhelmed with alerts all day long. So if you have any questions about the scans or the information on my homepage, don't be shy. Ask away. Well, PW is taking its own sweet time to make a move. It may not make a move. It's basically right where I bought it. Meanwhile, the market is doing its thing again. So we had those. Remember that blue bar you see here, that was red. So we had a red, red, red all the way down, and then all of a sudden it turned blue, and then a blue bar. So we're in that little bit of a chop mode again that we had yesterday. Not a lot we can do, or not Pepe, but SKM. I mean, if your system is slowing down, and you've got an old computer, I mean, I would really look into I mean, they're not that expensive anymore, and so I would look at get something else if it is really slowing down. Oh, then who is it? I'm sorry, who was it that was, I'm sorry, I thought that was you that was saying, yeah, it was slowing down. Oh, it's Poe. Oh, it's Poe, I'm sorry, okay, Poe. Yeah, Poe. Get a new computer or paste it or something. Um, no, I think I may have, saved it. It's a top list, right? Or is it an alert window, Ozzy? Is it an alert it's an alert window? Okay, just for fun, I'll see if I think I may have saved it. I don't know what I would have called it. What did he call it? Stocks like this? This is my template, okay? So no, this is my template, so it's not that. Well, pop it in. I'll take a look at it again. Maybe I didn't save it. Oh man, PD. That was a nice one. 12:35 was the alert, guys. I'm getting set to dump my PW, guys. I'm not liking the way it's trading. I'm going to give it just another few pennies. Definitely don't want to see it go down below a dollar. And I've sort of shied away from these cheap ones. I've been really because most of the stocks I see in here are not cheap and not usually low floats. Okay, Herbalife, that's another nice one from that scan. Now through that high right there, this is not an earnings play. Any news on this one? Herbalife upgraded to buy at Argus on resumption of growth in 2025. Had earnings on the 5th. See if they've got a price big insider buy. Well, let's see how well it holds over 13. Okay, that might. Okay, guys, just watching Herbalife to see how well it holds over 11. Okay, I mean, there's the VWAP way down there. So let's. Sorry, 13, not 11. Herbalife and New Skin, they used to go hand in hand. What those the battling billionaires? Oh boy. Waiting for Godot, GDOT guys. Let's see. Next high 1261, maybe a little too close. If you load a layout right now that is not a I don't like not a docked layout, whatever layout you've got, and if it's not docked, will disappear. There's no getting around that. Okay. So are you talking about so for instance, if I loaded a layout right now, not from the dock channel bar, my layout will disappear. Nothing you can do about that. You can only have one layout open at a time. Okay. That's why we have the dock channel bar. So so for instance, if I click on new and I click on dock channel bar, not channel bar, dock channel bar. So here's my layout. Okay, here's my layout. If I go to nuclear energy, no problem. That's what the purpose of the dock channel bar is. So my layout will remain. The only way your layout, if you wanted to load your own layout, not something from the dock channel bar, would remain is you'd have to have a docked. You'd have to create a dock channel, which is a little cumbersome. I don't do it anymore. Okay. That's why you see when I have a pre-market layout that I run, and then about 9:25, you'll notice I close it down. I just close it down, and then I load this layout. Okay. So I mean, if you know how to create a docked layout, then you can do that, and then will your layout will remain no matter what you do. Okay. Well, then you can do that. Then you can create a docked layout of you talk your pre-market layout is open. You can create a dock layout then of it. But the theory being, I guess, is that why would you want your pre-market layout up and running still? I mean, I've got my pre-market layout, and then once 9:30 shows up, I this is the layout I want. So I don't want them both open anyway. All right, Herbalife now is getting me interested again. HLF. Okay. I'll pass that on, William. The layout is closed. I was trying to open a scan from the user guide. What from like where? I am not familiar from where you're trying to from the user guide? A scan or a layout from the user guide? But where is it from? I just don't know where it's from, Ali. Not that it should matter, but where is it from? When you say the user guide, all I can say is that if you've got a scan up and run if you've got a layout up and running and it's not docked, the scan and you load a layout, it's going to get rid of your layout. Trade ideas with the videos, okay? Give me a link. I don't I I don't look at any of that. I'm sorry, I do apologize. I just don't look at any of that stuff, at all, so I'm not sure what videos you're even talking about. Okay, guys, I'm, getting into the Herbalife, I think. Okay, Herbalife. Well, you're gonna move this time. Has some room, and that's the HLF. The PW is starting to wear me out a bit. I'm, just a little under where I bought it. Okay, guys, I'm out of the PW for getting perilously close to the $1 mark. So I'm out of it. Took a small loss on the PW. Okay, HLF, rescue me. Now here is, oh, that's right. There is a hot, well, that's okay. 330. How do we get the pre-market TW 5 minute list? You're talking about, well, it's not necessarily, well, if you open it in the pre-market, you should get some, you're talking about clicking on new and then Market Explorer. and then right click, hover over strategy. All this pops up, trade wave, move down, box pops up, trade wave by 5 minutes. Is that what you're talking about? Then I'm not sure it works in the pre-market then. Okay. You cannot do anything if you're not getting anything in the pre-market. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does anything in the pre-market. Okay, thank you. So you cannot get anything in the pre-market. Okay, and you can't adjust it. There's no adjusting in this. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, Herbalife. Okay, so you're talking about these. So these are layouts. These are all layouts, right? So yeah, if I loaded this right now, my layout would disappear. I'm almost 100% sure. Okay, so what is the question really then? Because and I'm not going to, I don't want to load this because I don't want my layout to disappear. I'm sure this is not a doc layout. I've never looked at that. Never looked at those layouts. Boy, PD was the one, guys. 1235. Remember, I've got the don't repeat version. I think if you have this scan, I really, really would consider having the don't repeat version of it also, so you can see where the first alert was. Sometimes you miss it and it hasn't really moved, or you just see how well it worked from the scan. Also, use it like a watch list. PD may bounce at some point. It may bounce at some point. So you want, use this like a watch list. Boy, Coles, what a nice. You guys are going to have to refresh my memory, or William. I thought they were in play to be bought, or they were going to be buying somebody with Albertsons, or is that all gone by the wayside? Or am I thinking about another grocery chain? Of course, I'm sorry, this is not a grocery chain. I'm sorry. Forget it. Forget it. The ACI and Kroger. Yes. Excuse me. This is not a grocery chain. Yeah, we're I mean, when we saw these three, remember now, we had one, two, and then this blue bar right there was red. Now, the interesting thing on the SPY, huh? You know what I'm going to do, Pepe? Okay, so maybe I'm starting to well, Ali, if you have a layout on your if you loaded one of those layouts, okay? You loaded one of those layouts from the guide and all that, you got it on your screen, then just save it. File, save it. Save your layout. You can save it to your computer or save it to the cloud. I would save it to the cloud. If you have a layout that you might like to bring back from time to time, just save it to the cloud. File, save, or share to cloud, and then click on entire layout and give it a name. You know, parabolic moves, whatever you want to call it, and save it. So now you've got that layout saved. No, no, I don't think there's anybody today. No, Dan's on vacation. No, no, Dan today. Does that answer your question then? Now I think I'm understanding. You don't have to create it from scratch. You just any layout, anything you've got on your screen, you can save it as a layout. I don't think there's anybody going to take over for me at YouTube today. We're so busy with. Just give me a moment, though. I'll find out. Well, in the email, DJ, there should be a link that says click on this link, and then you just follow the instructions. I did it. It seems fairly straightforward. It only took me about 10 seconds. Okay. Okay, Ali. So that's I guess that is the confusion. Yeah, you don't have to load the layout every single day from scratch. You can just save it, and then you can bring it back. You know, file load from cloud. Understanding that your layout, if you're not using a docked layout as your main layout, it'll disappear. But when I say disappear, it just means that well, it'll disappear from your screen, but you won't delete it from your system. It'll still be in the cloud. What is the link for all the layout that you just showed us? Are you talking about this? This is Ali. I right there. If that's what you're talking about, just click on the link that Ali had right up here. Scans. Never looked at it. Okay. Just go a little bit above and where he has layouts and scans. Okay. It's actually right there, so I can even put it in. I've never looked at it. A different one? Are you talking about from the top from okay, which which one are you talking about then? The layout that I just showed. Which one are you talking about? You're talking about from are you talking about from the toolbar? From the dock channel bar? These? Okay, sorry, IQ. I don't know which you're referring then. I've showed this. You know, this is just a layout within this is just a channel within our channel bar. And then the only other thing was what Ali had. Yeah, that I just that's it. That's the one that Ali. I just showed it. I just showed it to you. This one. I said to go up a little above, and Ali posted that link. Never looked at it, so don't ask me. I mean, you can. I've never looked at any of the scans there. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. So what Ali was talking about, actually, I should probably emphasize every single day. When you, give me a moment. So let's say you click on my homepage link, all right, and you go down to that scan section and you see the information that I'm sharing. So you don't have to do this every day. If you saw something that you liked, say the momentum scan or anything else, the gap continuation or reversal, and you click on it, and now it's on your screen. Well, then, if you think you're going to, well, first of all, you should always save it to the cloud. Okay, anything that you create, anything that you see and you have and from that guide section that Ali posted, and if you see something you like, make sure you save the individual scans to the cloud. Okay, right click on the window and save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. If you thought this was something that you would like every single day as part of your layout, then make sure you save it, save your layout file, save or share to cloud and entire layout, and give it a name and save it. What I'm saying is you don't have to open this scan every single day. Okay, if there's something on here that you think you want every single day, then you don't have to go to my homepage and open it. Go through the exercise of opening it every single day. Incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. And at the very least, when you exit trade ideas, and you should exit trade ideas at the end of every single day, do not keep it running overnight. File, when you click on file from the toolbar and exit, it's going to ask you, you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then your anything you've done will be saved, and that'll be the layout that gets loaded when you load trade ideas. Ooh, this got ugly. This got ugly. ATTA. No, I mean, if I went, you'd see, but a lot of them are just duplicates. I only have, this is the layout I use, and I have my pre-market layout. That's it. Now, from time to time, I'll change this layout. Okay, I mean, I didn't have this for the longest time. So from time to time, I don't know, maybe I get tired of this one for some reason. Maybe I just don't like the alerts I'm getting from it going forward next week, next month. Maybe I just don't like it anymore for some reason. So I get rid of it and maybe bring back another one that I not a layout but a scan. And I say, yeah, okay, I'll keep that scan as part of my layout. I mean, my pre-market layout is not involved. It just has basically those two, the pre-market actives up and down. Well, you can always ask. Um, the problem, as I see it, is that it uses the relative volume filter. Okay, so relative volume filter, with that in place, you get no data in the pre-market. So if you have a scan with a relative volume filter active, you will get no data using it in the pre-market. So I think that's probably the reason. So I'm not seeing, well, other than the ones I've missed, like the PD, I'm not seeing too many fantastic follow through. That's a great follow through, though. That's I can't remember why I didn't take it, but the PD, that's what you want to see. I mean, just following the wave down, be no reason to get, if you took this trade, around the 1235 mark or even earlier, there'd be no reason to get out. None. Just follow the wave down. I mean, even the HL to a certain extent. I mean, they had the alert came. I mean, I'm way. I didn't get this until it got over 13. But had I been a little more aggressive, the alert was at 1266, right about here. Now, if you're going to say, yeah, it'd be great if I'd seen this buy flag in the pre-market. In this particular case, absolutely, absolutely. But they're not all going to be like this. Okay, so I don't have it up and running, but when did you load it, Mike? When did you load it? The momentum scan. When did you actually load it? Was it part of your layout? Like like when did you actually load that momentum scan? No, 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 no. You can stay. Oh, okay, well, you're in the stocks only. You're right, but I mean, I'll load it. But remember, I should always point out that if people take this scan right now, the gap continuation, they're not going to get all the previous alerts. So you loaded it this morning, and so 9:30. We call it 9:30 Eastern. Okay, I'll load. I don't have it up and running, but I will load it. 7 a.m. So it doesn't work in the pre-market. Okay, that's one. It does not work in the pre-market because it's got the relative volume filter in there. So it will not work in the pre-market. And you're talking about my momentum scan. Okay, so let me load it and see what happened. Now remember, it's a multi-strategy window, so it's possible that I'm not saying you did, but let me just see. I'm just going to load it and see what I'm getting from it. So again, because I just loaded it, it's only going to show me the last one. Now it's 10:50 right now. So that was the last one. But make sure that they're both checked, or this is checked, okay? They're not both, but checked. But if I break it out and run a history today, so let's see. So yeah, I mean, certainly getting a few. Right at 9:30. So what did you get? What did you say you got? So I don't even have ONL. Okay. I don't even have ONL. If you're using my momentum scan, I don't even have ONL here at all. Okay. Amber. Yeah. Amber was right at 930. And you're saying you're not getting any others? So I'm looking, I want to make sure the price range 271. Well, so you're not getting any others? Well, yeah. It's not a multi it's only a multi-strategy window because we were tricking it to show the next high. I could take that out now, but this is the individual alert, okay? That's the scan, okay? No, I don't have one at 1050, but also check your check this. I may have changed it for me. Check the filters that I've got. This is what I'm using. Check the filters that you've got. I don't know if it shouldn't be a password issue. I wouldn't think, but check these filters. Are they the same? Same values? Mike, can you check these filters and compare them to what you've got? That's all I can think of. Or post your scan, yeah. Yeah, IQ, but those are mine, okay? Those are things I've done for years and years and years, since 2010. I've got a whole bunch of things in that, okay? That list, you can't I mean, I'm those lists, I mean, it's not that I don't wanna give them to you, but, I mean, some of them are so redundant or might even have custom formulas in them, and so those are just things I've done over, like, 15 years, if that's what you're talking about, the file. Well, but what am I gonna share? Okay? I mean, there's just so many in there. I you can get overwhelmed, IQ, overwhelmed by people ask, "Is there a central repository of everybody who has made any scan at all or a layout?" And no, there isn't. I mean, there'd be thousands upon thousands of them. So, but Mike, are these the filters at least? I mean, you should be able to just, right click and click on the summary and see whether or not these are at least the filter values that you're using that are in your momentum scan or the one that you're loading from me. If you cannot share the link. Okay, well, I'll let you, if you take a screenshot of this, I have to kind of move on. The last one I have here, though, is at 1020 in that scan, in that momentum scan. That would be the last one. Nothing at 1050. So it's possible that you have a different filter in place. I mean, I have perhaps modified this. Remember now, everything I share is just what I happen to want to see. Of course, you guys can take anything I share and modify it, maybe to a different price range or whatever, however you want to modify it. You know what? I had a little profit in Herbalife, and then well, I'm still gonna maybe see if it pops up over that 13 level again. Looking for a lot more. Yeah, I'm just watching it. I mean, it's 1304, 1305. It's a little under where I bought it. Are we gonna sell off today? I don't know. Teddy time in our YouTube room. I don't know. Doesn't well right now, making higher lows. Now, PW for me may in fact trigger later on in the day. Okay. It may trigger later on in the day. So I'm not going to forget about it completely. It would have to take out the VWAP. It would have to get back probably up to this area up here. And maybe it has a late day run. Okay, MBOT. Let me take a look at MBOT here, guys. MBOT is a re-entry from our AI. But I look left, you see all these little areas it could stall. So I'm not going to, probably not going to take it. Let's take a look at the SPY volume. What was it yesterday? Yeah. So actually, yesterday was about the same as Thursday. Sorry. Or how about Monday? We're Wednesday now. I just don't think we're going to get lot much more volume coming in. What are we now? 11 o'clock. Okay, guys. So there's no YouTube today. Okay. Nobody's taking over for me in YouTube today. Dan is gone on a vacation. The other guys are too busy. So nobody will be taking over for me in YouTube. So I'll try to cut my break maybe only 45 minutes instead of an hour. Is it possible to? No, we do not have a filter for countries. I mean, yeah, so we don't have a filter for countries. Question was, is it possible to isolate Asian stocks only? With the flags, of course, but we do not have a way to say, okay, only show me US stocks or Asian stocks or Singaporeans. like zero in on a country, unfortunately, no. What scanner did SMX? I really didn't put SMX on up. I don't know. Maybe it showed up here. I didn't put SMX up. I didn't. Certainly wasn't in here, and I'm not sure it showed up in this. I know somebody posted something about SMX. I mean, it's 34 relative volume. You could have, that would have shown up on probably a momentum scan or basic new highs or lows, but it did not. It's possible it showed up in here. I just didn't see it if it did. Here, meaning the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Yeah. So if you click on that link, so here's some a starter layout, layout one, layout two, day trading starter. Okay. So here, so yeah, you've got some. Okay, and with an explanation of what they're looking for, or you can, yeah. I don't do this, but no reason why you shouldn't or couldn't. I've created my own layouts. Okay. Okay, the parabolic moves. Okay. But remember, just remember, if you, I have to emphasize this, if you click on one of those layouts and you load it, your layout will disappear. So if you're in, it doesn't mean you can't do it, but just make sure if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save it to the cloud. Okay. Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time if you're not going to use docked layouts. Okay. All right, guys. So 11:04. IQ or anybody else. I mean, if you're interested in these sort of scans right here, this is what I would do. I would wait for the market to close or to finally, well, for the market to close. You don't care, and then load them, okay? Because then it doesn't matter if your layout disappears. Then you can load them, take a look, and then you can save them. You can save them, because it'll be a layout, and then you just have to file if you want to. File. You can save layout. That'll save it to your computer. File, save, or share to cloud. That'll save it to your cloud. Just give it a name. Entire layout. Give it a name, a different name for each one of the layouts, and then you can take a look at them. You can see what they're looking for. You can also do things like this. You may not want the entire layout. So for instance, in the channel bar, I click on dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. I know I keep, emphasizing that. Let's say I looked at quantum. Okay, I look at quantum. So remember, I can do that. I can load something from the dock channel bar and my layout will remain. So I may look at this and I go, you know what? I don't want the whole thing, but maybe I want the quantum action. Maybe I just want this. I right click on it. I click on configure. I click on summary. Ugh, it's go- I wouldn't want this. That's crazy. That's got like I got like so many different real. I don't understand why the company did that, but okay, it's so many different real time alerts. Anyway, it's a bad example, I guess. But let's say I want the relative strength leaders from the open right here. This one. Okay, so I right click and I ah. So are they not allowing? I think I saw this in a few of them, Pepe. They're not allowing you to take them out. Okay. It used to say duplicate into free floating window. So now it just says duplicate. Okay. At least this one does. So if you click on duplicate, okay, now it is it popped on my other monitor. Okay. So now you can see it's free floating. So what you could do is now you can, if that's all you wanted from this channel, you could take it out and now incorporate it as part of your layout, as an example. Yeah, and that's the idea is that you could go to each one of these channels and maybe extract different scans or top lists or from each channel. And then, now you don't want to do so many that you're going to have so many top lists and alert windows in one layout. You'll never get anything done. But you could always take this now and right click and save it to the cloud. So now it's in your cloud so you can examine it later on. Okay. So again, if I went to opening range break and I see something I might like, again, up from opening range and moving, right click. You see that now we don't have the consistency. Duplicate into free floating window. So that's what I was used to, but before all you had to do is just click on duplicate. So duplicate into a free floating window, and now it's free floating. And now I could take this, and if I wanted to, incorporate it as part of my layout. Okay. Yeah, but you saw the other one that I what was oh, you do have quantum. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, you did see one of them only said duplicate. Anyway, it's either gonna say duplicate or it should say duplicate into free floating window if you wanna take it out of the channel. We don't I don't know if we have like a low float top, but that's simple enough to, you could take top gainers here. Okay, for instance, IQ, where are the top gainers? Probably like explosive winners. I don't know if that's a top gainer or I just add a low float filter to it. Let's pretend this is a top gainer. Well, okay. You could take my pre-market actives up, okay? Give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link and you go to the scan section, view scans, and then pre-market actives up. Okay, so I'm going to open it up. This continues to work once the market's open. I just don't use it. Okay, now this is in grid format. It's up to you whether you want the grid format. But right now, this is showing you the stocks that are up the most, biggest gainers. Okay, these are the biggest gainers. Okay, biggest gainers with the filters that I'm using. Now, again, I could use tree map. It would just give you a different presentation. You're going to get a lot of symbols in here. You can limit that number. But what I'm saying for you, what you can do now is you can go to configure, search, and type in float. I mean, these are all things I'm showing you because you should eventually know how to do all this yourself. You want to take any scan you see and adjust it or adjust it to how what you want to see. So if I type in the float and the float shares, click on the float shares, add the filter, and then whatever maximum float you wanted. You know, if you said 10 million, whatever that float number would be. Let's do 5 million. Okay, that'd be the maximum in the float. So that could change, you know, that'll change things up because you've added that filter. Okay. So right now you're seeing the ones that are up the most with that maximum of 10 million in the float, as an example. Expressed like that. If you want grid format, here it is. So obviously that one that KTTA, I'm surprised the float was that high, but it must be more than 5 million. Okay. And you can see right there, there's the float. I should not see anything more than 5 million. There's the float column. Okay. So those are things that I mean, I'm showing you how, you know, so you don't, so you're not relying on me or anybody else eventually to understand how, you know, the power of trade ideas is to be able to create whatever you want to see and not rely on others. I'm not saying, you know, I'm perfectly willing to help, but, you know, it's a good idea to understand how you can add your own filters, how you can create your own scans with your own filters and filter values. So Nosh, if I were not a good day because it's I'm not finding a tremendous amount of follow through. But Herbalife, I'm in this one, right? Okay, and I'm not saying this is wonderful, but as I've said quite a few times, I use the wave to keep me into trades. Okay, I use the wave. I use the wave. It's that simple. You know, as long as the wave is blue, you know, now most of the time, I probably, depending on what's happened earlier, if the wave, if there was a little bit of volatility, may take some off, and then I'm just using this as an example. You know, if I taken this trade right around here and I saw this, maybe I take some off. But now I just let the wave tell me when to get out or when to maybe start taking off some more. Now, if I start to see it on a 5-minute chart, I'm using a 5-minute chart. If I start to see it flatten out, then I'll go to a lower time frame just to see maybe there's a little. You see, there's a little sliver of orange, but it's not like it's pointing down, but it's just kind of telling me, okay, maybe be careful. You know, maybe the trend is starting to change. Now, understand also, Nosh, I'm in rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. So, you know, and any trade I'm in, I have it thumbnailed on another chart, another monitor. So I'm always watching. Okay, so it's not like I have 10 trades at a time and I'm, you know, going from one to the next and trying to, you know, eyeballing all this. Okay, I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. I'm only in one trade right now, the Herbalife. So I have it thumbnailed on my other monitor. and so I can follow it. And I found that that has helped me immensely, keeping in trades way longer than I ever used to. So what is TradeWave called? It is called TradeWave. So in order to enact the TradeWave on your chart, I'll put it on here because I don't have it on this chart. I only really want it on my intraday charts. Okay, like, well, not a 2-minute chart. I like the 5-minute chart. I don't have it on the weekly, the daily, the monthly. I mean, you can do it if you want, but I really just use it for intraday. But if I want to enact it on any chart, the first thing to do is you right click on the chart, and then right down there where it says use browser interface, you must check that. If it is already checked, don't, there's nothing to do. Okay, don't uncheck it, but I'm going to check it now. You'll notice that it shows up. Now, more than likely, it will. There's the wave. You more than likely, it's not going to show up if you've never done it before. So, depending on the version of trade ideas you're using, if you go up to the top here, you should see icons that look like this. One of them is an indicator icon. It's to the left of the little anchor. So if you click on that, a little pop-up happens and it says Trade Wave. And you click on Trade Wave. What's going to happen for me is this is a toggle on and off. So Trade Wave is going to disappear. See, it disappeared. So now I will enact it again. It's just a trade, it's a toggle on and off. Now, for some of you out there, you may not have that icon. It all depends on the version of trade ideas you're using. You may have something that says FX at the top, in which case you would click on FX and then TradeWave would show up as one of the options. Okay. Now, I don't like to use it on my daily charts because I like to be able to hover over a chart and very quickly see. Oh, sorry. I don't yet like to use the browser interface on my these charts because I want to be like to be able to hover over a bar and just very quickly see the high and the low and all that. Whereas I can't. It's not as easy using the browser based chart. And again, don't forget to save your work. You know, make a change like that. You have to save your work, save your layout. Now, depends on the time frame you're using. You know, what colors you're going to see. You know, I like a 5-minute chart. I'm not telling everybody that that's what they should use. Some only like a 15-minute chart. That's fine. You know, more than likely it'll be blue all day. But I like a 5-minute chart, and you can see how it transitions. Here's a SPY chart, a 5-minute SPY chart. So we were, you know, so orange means that, you know, a weakening trend, and then all of a sudden you can see how it changed to blue. So if I had taken this buy, if I had taken not just because of the buy button there, but if I'd seen the SPY right here, I decided, okay, I think it, you know, I think it's going to change. It's going to start moving higher. I could have taken it here, but right here, there's no question I would have taken some off right here because as the bars are piercing the wave, now it's very possible. It's hard for me to know whether or not that would have turned orange here. But, you know, certainly I would have taken some off and then maybe held on and then, you know, allow the wave to, and maybe take some more off here. The ideal situation, of course, is that a nice steady wave up with not a lot of bars piercing the wave, just sort of hugging, touching the top and just keep moving higher and higher and higher if you're going long something. That's the ideal situation. It's not going to happen all the time, of course. Well, you can still run that. If you wanna keep running that, the pre-market actives up, it'll still keep working after 9:30, okay, IQ. If you still wanna have this, that my pre-market actives up, it'll still keep working. It's just that I shut it down when the market opens, that's all. But as you can see, it still will produce the results for you in terms of, the biggest gappers and all that, or the biggest movers from yesterday's close. So you can keep using it if you want. No, I don't use it. I don't use it. I'm again, I the problem is that I've really whittled down how many things I look at, and this is it. This is really it, okay? I mainly use this, and if it gets a if we're not getting too many new ones, then I use this. So SMX. So, if you were depends where you're in this, Nosh. I mean, if you were using it, if you got in down here, you could have been riding that. Now, the minute this happened, I would have been out some, no question. I would have been out some. Now, again, depends on the time frame. I mean, if you're using a 5 minute chart, but also, I'm looking at the VWAP. It went down below the VWAP. So even though it's still blue, it was blue. You got to It depends on, if you're into the VWAP and you see it moving down below the VWAP, there's no question I would have taken some off. If I had been down here at 605, I would have, and there's no question at 605, I would have but I would have been able to ride this wave up, 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 even though, in my opinion, it got very parabolic. And then, you see some profit taking. I would have taken some off, maybe not all, and then hold on and see if it keeps moving higher from there. Understand that there's no hard and fast rule. This is how I look at things. The other thing I would have done, as this was turning down, is go to a lower time frame, and almost for sure that would have probably would have been orange. Yeah, you see the orange? So it's telling you, okay, you know what? The trend may be, I mean, it's weakening. Doesn't mean it's going to completely weaken and collapse, but especially because that orange was a narrow bar. It wasn't like a big wide orange bar parabolic down. This is how I interpret. There's no video on this, okay? There's no, I don't, at least I don't think there is. This is just what I've been observing over, several months of using this. A lot of this is feel. Boy, the market is just, I mean, this is gonna be a nice move, more than likely into the holiday weekend. And we will have a half day on Friday. Don't expect too much action on that day. Market's closed tomorrow, of course. So, and I think we are. Well, I say almost for sure. I think we're at the top of the NVDA pop. Yeah, look at that. So that was NVIDIA. Remember this day? It was a brutal day, guys. It was truly a brutal day. NVIDIA popped the market at earnings, popped the market up here, and then the market just sold off brutally. But look at this. We've come back, and now we almost got right to the top or close of the NVIDIA pop, and now we're above it. Now we're making another challenge. There's the all-time high of the SPY, 689. What does the top left of what tell me? Of SMX, or I don't know what you meant. What you mean by that? What is the top left of what? Tell me. Oh, this scan right here, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. The top. So this is just two competing scans. Okay. So imagine if you had one scan, an alert window that you wanted to see stocks that were, say, between one and $100, relative volume of two, minimum 1 million shares have traded. Show me, I'm just going to keep the filters really to a minimum number. So with those filters in place, show me stocks that meet those filter requirements are making a new high of the day. Okay. Versus with those same filters, stocks making a new low of the day. So sort of running them off against each other. So the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. And it's all customizable, of course. So it's just a different way of presenting the data. I could break out, I could break, there's basically two scans in here. I could break them out so you could see them individually. I just think it's kind of cool to see it this way as a ticker, kind of old school, as a ticker. Everything in blue, I'm sorry, everything in green, that means that just made a new high. And PD at that point made a new low. It's just sort of competing scans. A lot of people use this for market sentiment. You know, you could use a large cap, large cap. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So yeah, so the compare count, it's actually called a compare count window. Okay, and you know you can do things like, for instance, you could take the energy sector. Okay, and you could create the symbol list with the energy sector, all the stocks that you want, and you could do a compare count and say, okay, show me this, you know, the ones that are moving up versus the ones moving down, you know, as an example. Speaking of which, I'm going to do this every single day, especially for SKM, but others, because I think this is a very cool thing to do. I don't do it. I might though. Maybe one day that's all I'll do. So I'm going to click on new, and I'm going to click on docked channel bar, docked channel bar. And then I'm going to click on the show more. And at the bottom here, we've got sector status. So these are the major sectors. Told them they've got to correct that spelling error. Anyway, and I don't know why they don't have XLR here. They should have XLR here, the retail sector. But anyway, let's just move on. Okay. So these are the major sectors. So we've got communications, staples, energy, etc. Okay. So that 92% in green, and it makes a heck of a lot of sense with the market doing this, okay, that most of the sectors are going to be positive for the day. But there is 7.69%. So there are some of them that are negative. Take a look. Healthcare. For some reason, healthcare is negative today. Can I? I'll come back in 1 minute, okay? I will. I think this is super interesting for a lot of people, and even me. Okay, even me. I may one day just experiment with this. So give me a moment. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So right off the bat, you can identify. I mean, on a day where virtually everything is up, but here's one that's down. Okay, XLV. So if you were going to, come on, Herbalife, HLF. So if you were going to buy a healthcare stock today and go long, well, you're going against the sector. I mean, it's not down a massive amount, but it is negative. Okay, so if you're going to buy a healthcare stock today, you're kind of going against the sector. Now, so let's go to healthcare. Here's XLV. Now it's only 50-50. Let me find one that's a little more dramatic. Okay, so here's retail, okay? XRT retail. And it says 88% in green, 12% in red. Now remember, now look at urban. This is so urban right at the very top is the top stock in the retail sector, right at the very top. So you can click on it, you see what you see if you like it. But also 12% of the stocks are down. So you could take a look and maybe go to the worst one, WINA, for whatever reason, WINA. I don't even know this one. Winmark. You could click on it and say, "Oh, I know why I don't see it. It's $416." But you can see how you can kind of go and say, well, this is running counter to the sector. I mean, the sector is very strong, and yet this one is running counter. I wonder why. Click on it. Maybe it said, Herbalife. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I had some. It's now move now from here. 50-50 isn't that, but again, you can say, okay, let's look at the top stock in the healthcare sector. Happens to be Humana. Look at the bottom one. Happens to be WAT. So you can kind of go through these and say, okay, I want to see the top stock in the sector versus and the weakest stock in the sector, and take a look at them, see what's happening. Okay, materials. 92% are up. What one or ones are down? IP, I mean, why? I don't know. It's only down 0.4%. I mean, we're not talking about a lot of stocks that are, just because it's down doesn't mean it's down a huge amount. But on the other hand, let's see which one is up the most. Newmont, okay? Gold play. So this would be, if a person only wanted to do this, just concentrate on the major sectors and find the stocks within the major sectors that are doing something interesting. You could do that without doing anything else. And if you didn't want to stay in the channel, okay, you could just right click, duplicate into free floating window. And if you do that over and over again with all of these and create your own layout without having to go into this channel and have, the other things that you may not want. Maybe you want your own charts, etc. You just do it one by one and create a bunch of free floating windows and then create a layout. Call it whatever you want, your sector status layout. And here's a race based on it. Okay, guys, so it's 11:37, so I'll be taking a break at about noon. Nobody is going to take over from me in our YouTube room, so YouTube will be so there'll be no moderation at all in either room. I'll try to come back at about quarter to one instead of one, maybe a little earlier. I do have a few things I want to do. I want to get a workout in, and so a few things I do want to do. I'll do a video, but I'll try to cut it as short as I can. And by the way, I love the questions. I mean, the questions are I love all these questions that are coming today. It just keeps me engaged. And I'll say it again. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. For those who ask questions, believe me, there could be 10 or 20 other people that would like to ask the same question, but they're just too shy to. So, what a great alert, though. PD that I did not take. Now, this is an absolutely perfect wave down, okay? See how it's fairly narrow all the way down? See how the bottom there's only a couple of times where the bar actually pierced into the wave, but it never broke to the other side, which really helps you to keep in the trade. Now, right there is if I had been short up here, at right there, I probably would have taken some off. First time you see the bar piercing above the top, I probably would have taken some off. Not all though. Why? Just hold on and see how it just allows you to keep in the trade visually. Now, I do find that this works a lot better with the not as well with the volatile stocks, like the very low float stocks, because you can get a lot of volatility. I mean, this is not like a massively high float stock. It's only 86. It's 86 million in the float, but it's not a 5 million float. Okay, so consequently, you can get way more action like this when the float is a lot bigger, a lot more. Just keeps you in the trade longer. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I see a. I don't see a buy flag or a sell flag here for PD, but okay. Would have seen right here, right at the very beginning at 4 o'clock. We're at a 4 o'clock Eastern time. But of course, I didn't see that. That's 1 o'clock my time. I didn't see that, but it doesn't. I don't care so much. All I care about is when I click on an alert, what is it looking like? I don't care if I see a buy or a sell flag. But if I happen to get really lucky and the pattern is what I want, and it happens I have a sell flag, fine. But it doesn't influence me to say, well, I guess I cannot take that trade. Well, yeah, you would have seen you could have seen it earlier, but it is, yeah, 9:45. That's because remember I have a delay, a purpose. I purposely put a delay for 15 minutes. You could have seen this one earlier if you take that out. Okay, and the reason I do it, if you take that and you want to get rid of that, you want to see the alerts right right off the bat. But remember, you're probably going to see a lot of stocks moving up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. But if you want to try it, sure. You right click in the scan and click on configure all, click on configure all, and then assuming you have them all checked, edit the selected, and you see where it says time of day 15, you can get rid of that. You can just delete it, say okay. I'm not going to do that because I want that there. And then you will start to get alerts right at 9:30. But be prepared for a deluge. Okay. I probably will do that tomorrow just because we have a short day. Not tomorrow. I'm sorry, not tomorrow. Friday. Friday, because we have a short day on Friday, not tomorrow. I can't read that. I don't. Maybe I can get it bigger. Yeah, time of day. It's called time of day. It's not the time. It's time of day. And I've got 15 in there means delay it for 15 minutes. So it's called time of day. Okay. So you have to get rid of it. You can try it tomorrow. The fact that you get rid of it right now doesn't mean you're going to every all this will disappear. I did not trade Sarepta yesterday, Todd. No, I remember talking about it a little bit, but did it take out 20? My memory serves me that it was around 20. Nice. Yeah. I had a price alert set up here, but I did not trade it yesterday. I actually put a price alert for 20. I don't know when that happened. Probably earlier today. I don't recall. But now, yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the room it's got. Oh man, BMNR, we saw that one earlier. What is it now? BMNR, yeah, a little bit choppy though. Okay, I mean, I know it showed up on this, well, it's showing up here now. Now that's making new lows, but a little bit too choppy. So it's not ideal, in my opinion. So even the SPY on a 5-minute chart is getting somewhat parabolic. I mean, look, the wave is expanding, and we're not, and the bars are not touching the top. They're moving away, which it can mean a few things. There might be some profit taking. Well, yeah, BMNR. I mean, it's coming into the VWAP here, but just because they get something from the gap scanner doesn't mean they're all going to be tradable. So let's go back in time and see what happened. So obviously the PD was eminently tradable. 945, 1235 was the alert, and it is still moving down. I don't know if the Fluence, I don't think the Fluence did much. 1884 was the alert. No. Wolf, cheap one. I wonder what this one did. 330. But you see, using this like a watch list, there's an argument to be made that you could have taken the maybe a little over the VWAP, take the trade. Remember, using it like a watch list. BNMR, well, we see it's moving down now, but it was very choppy. The Herbalife obviously has worked. 1266, 1321. And you can see the choppiness of the bull. Got a gap up and go, and then a gap up and reverse. So arguably, out of these alerts today, PD and HLF were the strongest. Boy, what a run this Trevi's been on. All time high. TRVI, all time high, which is pretty. It's only a $13 stock, so it's an all time high though, according to us. Let's see how far back we go. Yeah, we go back quite a way. Well, we go back. It looks like it started trading as Trevi in 2019, May of 2019. So this is an all-time high, TRVI. Now, the other good thing about this scan or this compare count window is that when we get an alert, there's also a volume component. Usually there has to be like a volume burst at the same. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. If I right click and configure, you can see these are what the green data, red data. Okay. So if I configure it, it's going to tell me what it's looking for. So these are the filters that are in place. And the triggers are, it works in the pre-market, new high, pre-market, and post-market. Okay. Notice there's no relative volume filter. However, there is a volume component that the volume in the last minute has to be at least 300% of normal. And so that's the upside. And then the downside is just basically the flip. Show me the stocks making new lows, low, pre-market, post-market low based on these filters. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay. I think I might have changed the price range a little bit, but other than that, they're just competing scans. Show me the ones making new highs versus the ones making new lows. And all these lines up here, just the rapidity, how many alerts are we getting? You know, so obviously a lot of green ones right here. We're starting to get some red ones. That's what these lines are referring to. And on a very active day, this would be like a real classic scroll. You'd see, symbols scrolling, especially at the beginning of the day. You'll start to see the symbols scrolling like a ticker. So it just dawned on me that when I'm on break, I probably should put this on surf mode. Meanwhile, PD just keeps making new low after new low. Earnings play, almost a life. Well, it's a lifetime low. This is a lifetime low. No, Dan is on vacation today, so nobody's going to be in YouTube today. So when I leave, you've got dead airspace for maybe half an hour to 45 minutes in both rooms. If you're talking about the SNR, that's on a later build. You can't do it. If you're talking about those SNR lines that sometimes show up, yeah, it's on a build that you don't have yet. Well, at least I don't think you do, unless you've got that daily. Now, when I do that, what's going to happen? Yeah, see, that's the problem. I have to take that off because this is the sort of the bug that's in it. That is a okay, never mind. I'm just gonna have to, get rid of this, duplicate this. But that's why they get me to test all this stuff. You know what? Goodbye, PW. Yeah, it took out I'm not in this anymore, of course. A long time ago, I got out. I actually started watching this. I thought, "Okay, maybe," but nope. I think this is it. Oh, that's in the Market Explorer, yeah. You'd have to look at that. I've never that's in the Market Explorer, okay? I don't know if I don't it's something to do with those lines that showed up. Never looked at it. There's so many in the Market Explorer. These were created years ago, okay? All these things. Never looked at it. So all I can say is, click on it, click on a symbol and see what it might be looking at, but I don't think you're not gonna get that, uh, the resistance and the support line. No idea. I'm sorry. It's like support and resistance. Yeah. All the best thing I say to do is just, click on one and see what it looks like. No, at resistance 1 minute, I have no idea what it's gonna look like. Mhm. Understand that these were created a long time ago, and I don't think anybody uses them at all. I'm surprised we still even have them in here, but I mean, the trade wave on the 5 minute, yeah, I can see people maybe using that one, but I don't know anybody who's using any of the other stuff. All right, guys, it's noon now, so I'm going to take a break right now. So again, nobody will be in YouTube. Okay, so I'll try to come back a little bit earlier. So I'm muting my Okay, YouTubers, I am back. If there's anybody there. This looks weaker now, guys. This looks like it's going to break down and go a little more weak. That's the NTNX. Decided I'm going to put a 2 and a 5 here. The 5, of course, will show, and then the 2 will show me when the trend is maybe starting to change, obviously a little bit earlier than the 5. Didn't really need a giant daily chart. No, I'm out of it. I'm out of HLF. Did okay in it. I mean, it got up to into the mid 30s just before I took my break. Okay, I see Rascal is going to take, well, I guess you must be in it. Bull, not an earnings play. I don't can't remember exactly what the strength in Bull was for today, but nonetheless, because it was interesting, it showed up on two of the scans, the gap up and reverse, and then a gap up and go. This stock was always positive for the day. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. Yeah, that might be a really good 972, 970 or so. What is that exact? 970 is the next high. Looking left for Bull, which is the same, the weekly high. Yeah, it's the same, basically the same high. See how this, how it's narrowing the orange wave? It's narrowing. If we get any sort of a little blip up, this might give us a little opportunity to take a long in this NTNX. It's certainly again, the VWAP is certainly far enough away. That's not going to affect it. I remember yeah, I do remember you were asking about that. So they came out and said it was due to shenanigans. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, so they're launching a $700 million lawsuit alleging stock market manipulation, subject of three-part series. So stock market manipulation. Okay. Okay. Well, a little late now, but yeah, I mean, the next high is 1251 on the daily chart anyway. So if you believe in what they're saying, Well, intraday, are you talking as an intraday trade right now? Well, I mean, obviously, it's been pretty, what's the spread? Not the spread, but the flows. It's a low float stock, 3.6 million. So it's kind of basing here, but you can see that, the reason I don't really love it is because on that 2 minute, on the 2 minute wave, it's going above, the bars are going above and below. Okay. So to me, it just doesn't look steady enough for me to figure out which way. Here, it's a little bit different on the 5, a little bit different, but now we're also getting a little sell flag right there. Well, sure. I mean, this kind of consolidation. I mean, what's the high here? 1055, 1039. Sure. I just don't like, but now you're getting a little sell flag here. So, Harpreet, it's possible. I'm going to give you another link, but hopefully you did not discount the fact that we have sent out emails telling everybody they have to redo their passwords, reset their like redo their passwords. So if you didn't do that, that could be an issue. You can try this link because I think that is the reason for most. You've got if you so have you reset your password, Harpreet? You have to do it. Okay, you have to do it. You have to do it. You're going to be forced to do it. Okay, whether you like to or not. This is a whole security issue that we're going through. So you have to do it, and that's probably the reason why you were sent an email, and it's simple enough to do. Okay, I mean, I actually had to do it myself, but it is simple enough to do. I'm missing out on the NTNX. I know it because there's a little link in the email. You click on the link, it brings you to the your account reset area. You type in the new password, type it again, and then you're done. And then when you log into Trade Ideas, it's going to say password not correct or something like that. Put in your new password, then you're done. You have to do it though. Okay. I say anybody else who's listening. Okay. I know get a lot of emails out there, but that's one to not disregard. And I think once you do that, I think it'll be back to normal. Okay, Harpreet, in terms of getting into the room and shoot, just give me a moment. All right. Oh, well, I'm doing a little scalpage here, guys. And it's a little close to the whole number, NTNX, but you see, I wanted to get this one right here around 47.70. Got a little late. I'm just going to test this. Of course, it's close to the whole number. Let's see if we can take out the whole number. And we're just talking about this. Do you see how the line? It's still an orange wave on the 5. You see how it just started to turn on the 2. I mean, it might be too tough a job to get through that 48, but let me put a price alert up in this area and see if it can get through 48. Okay, guys. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to stick around today. I know actually it was later than I thought yesterday. I thought I'd be taking off at a quarter to two, but I think I stayed actually to 2:15. And you know why? Because there were questions. And if you ask me questions, I'll stick around. William says he'll keep the room open till 3 o'clock ish. Okay. So when I leave, I do have to shut YouTube down completely, but the other room, the main room, will maintain. It'll be open until about 3 o'clock. So if I leave at two or quarter to two, the room will still be open till three. So my plans for Friday, I will show up. The room will be open. I'm probably not going to do any pre-market work at all. I may just kind of sign in at 9:30 and then just wait. What I might do on that day is put maybe a 5 minute delay instead of a 15-minute delay on the gap scan, just because we're going to have a half a day, and that's it. Is that still okay? So hopefully via Parry. I haven't looked at it. I know that was an issue. Let's see. Yeah, it's still there. Okay, so if you do this, this is hopefully this is at least a fix for the day. Okay, so if you click on Tools and then Symbol List, and you see where it says refresh from server, you click on that. Hopefully, at least that's a fix for the day, and that's not a fix for the day. I don't know. I mean, they know about it. I don't know what to say. I mean, I can try the account reset. That seemed to work also, but refreshing from the server, I thought that was a yeah. I mean, I don't know now. I just don't know now. Yeah, so, I mean, they're aware of it. I don't have an answer for you, Vi Perry. I'm very sorry. I just do not have an answer for you. I was ho I thought okay, Christian, is a fellow Canuck and an IB user. I do everything in US dollars. I don't, trade in Canadian and then do a conversion every day. No, I keep everything in US dollars. That's me, unusual. I'm not sure what the well, obviously, I don't have to worry that much about the exchange rate on a daily basis, and I don't mind getting a bunch of, US dollars and keeping them. So that's what I do. I do not, buy in Canadian or buy in US and then convert to Canadian on a daily basis. I have a US dollar account, and that's where I do all my trading. Every now and then, do I do a conversion if I think if I like what I see with the dollar? Sure, but, on a daily basis, no. I did really well if you well, this is only for Canadians, but I mean, if you remember, right after, I don't know if it was the what do you guys call it, Liberty Day or whatever the heck it was called, and our dollar went to about 67 cents. I pounced on that. It was only for a day or 2, I think, and I converted a lot of American into Canadian. But I don't try to play the forex game. I mean, it's really you have to change your password, Harpreet. Yes, you'll get hounded if you don't. I think if you try to, for instance, if you try to load trade ideas tomorrow, it should say your password is incorrect or something to that effect, or well, it won't say that. It'll probably direct you, hopefully, to a page that says you must reset your password. I don't trade any Canadian stocks at all. Unusual. Yeah, I can keep US dollars in a Canadian broker or a bank, yes. Or a US dollar, sorry, yes. See, that'll be the problem though. If a person doesn't change their password, so I don't know I don't know what you're going to see. If say tomorrow, well, tomorrow's a holiday, but say Friday you load, or even tomorrow you try to load trade ideas. I don't know what it's going to say if you haven't changed your password. So it'll say bad login, and that means you've got. So please, even though you're able to get in, Harpreet, please make sure you change your password. Okay. The email, I keep repeating myself, but the email I got it last night. I had to do the same thing, and I was wondering, okay, how easy is this going to be? It said, change your password. Click this link. Click the link. Got to a box that said, okay, put a new password in. Repeat it. Okay, that was it. Now, when I logged into Trade Ideas, it did say bad password. I just typed in the new password and that's it. I mean, so the whole process, of changing your password took, I don't know, 10 seconds. You might want to check your, well, as Mike's saying, if you go to the TI website, it will direct you to the instructions, but you might want to check your spam folder. But as Mike says, it's on the Trade Ideas website. Okay, so William says it comes from hello at trade hyphen I. Really? Is that right? Hello, trade ideas hyphen.com or trade hyphen ideas.com. I have to check my email. See what it. I didn't notice that, but man, I got a lot of. I can see why people don't see them because I get so many emails, stuff I don't know, don't want. I try to unsubscribe. They don't do it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, mine says hello at mail.trade-ideas.com. Yeah, I mean, I just clicked on that link right there, account, and it got me right to the couple of boxes. Put in your new emails or your new password, and that was it. It was really simple. I have to admit, it was really simple. So you can see the Newtonix could not really break 48. I mean, it got very, very, very close, but it could not really break 48. So you got right up to 48 and could not break it. So, I made pennies on this. It was fun though. This worked a lot. This worked way more than the Newtonix from 1128 to 1170. Didn't take this one. I'm not saying I didn't get this one, but just looking at it. All right, let's take a look at the SPY volume. See how it compares to yesterday. Yeah, so we already, what are we now? 1 o'clock. We have 3 hours left. Yeah, I'm sure we're not going to get close to yesterday. So things are really winding down, guys. But the overall SPY looking good. Had a little bit of a pullback here, and then came right back up. Actually, the interesting thing yesterday, William, I think, but you're right, Bitcoin is over 90 now. Hmm. The Bitcoin was kind of did really nothing yesterday, even though the market ripped. So we didn't need Bitcoin to move the market yesterday. And just as we're talking, yeah, maybe a bit of a flush. Well, here's the VWAP. Here's the VWAP. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. Time is it now? 109. I didn't see anything on the economic calendar. There might have been some bond. Yeah, I don't have. I don't know. Maybe there's something to do with the bond market or treasury bills. William, you would know. I don't know if there's anything happening at 1 o'clock. The beige book is at 2. Okay. Hmm. I see. Okay. Yeah, a $9 drop from consolidation up here for BABA. Looks like the end of SETI for a while. CETY anyway. Curling down, curling down. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. I think there were some available earlier, but not now. So you can kind of see, I guess I can see the time here. Yeah, okay. So SGHC guys, this is starting to curl, but I'm too late. I'm too late on it. But is at this point was the low of the day right here. It's kind of ugly. I thought maybe we'd get something from this ALAR earlier, but it's kind of ugly looking. Looking to short this one underneath that whole number. Just doesn't look like it's going to be dynamic enough. It's an earnings play, ALAR. All right, out of boredom, I will load the from the docked channel bar. I will load the sector status and see what's happening. And again, probably XLV is the only one. Yeah, XLV is still the weak sector for the day. XLV, not much. I mean, it's only down 0.1%, but it is the weakest of all the sectors today. The strongest sector is XL Materials, XLB. Interesting. I mean, again, only up 1.4, but now, so here at a glance, you can see what the strongest stocks are within each sector at a glance. You can either look at the change from the open or the change from the close. And of course, you can go down and see what the weakest ones are. Nothing dramatic, but in retail, we definitely saw Urban. Yeah, Urban was up 11%. Not much from the open, though. I mean, there that's telling. Change from the open is only 1.7%. So from its opening trade of the day, it's only up 1.7%. It's up 11% from yesterday's close, but it really hasn't done much since the open. And scroll down to the bottom here, PSMT, the weakest one in the retail sector. Healthcare, basically 50-50. Here, Dollar Tree, that's a pretty big move for Dollar Tree. You know, I see candlestick charts and I just don't like them. You too, JTB. Happy Thanksgiving to you also. It's happy Thanksgiving, yeah. Merry Thanksgiving. Look at this though, utilities. Every single stock is above yesterday's close for the rest of us. Schlumberger. This is the only one down from yesterday's close in the energy sector. Yes, it is, Nosh. The problem is that we're having, for whatever reason, we're having a problem with the watch list symbol lists. So the answer to your question is yes. Okay, the answer to your question is yes, but for some reason, they are completely aware of it. I just talked to Chris and the sort of our lead developer. It's saying it looks to be, for whatever reason, a tough fix right now. It's not an easy, like, just flip a switch and it's fixed. So the answer to your question is yes. You can create your own symbol list, watch list, and just track those stocks and create a tree map out of them. Yes, but this is what I'm talking about. If I right click and go to symbol lists, okay, now they've come back. Okay, but this is really hit or miss. This should be a full list here and a full list here. Well, depending if you've made. So you can try to create a symbol list. Okay, I can show you in the guide how to do it. You should be able to create it. Okay, but whether they're going to show up is going to be hit or miss. But just give me a moment. Oh, Nick's came back up. I may have to get it, guys. Just give me a moment. Control C. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, then there's a whole section. Click on education. Click on the more info, and at the top here is the guide, the user guide. Okay, and if you scroll down, there's a whole section on, where is it? Watch lists. Okay, symbol lists, watch lists, right there. Shows you how you create them, how you would attach it to a top list window or an alert window. And you can attach the symbol list to as many different windows as you want. It's not just limited to one. But this will shows you how you can edit it, when you want to change the symbols. But if you're going to use a tree map, then you want to start off with so you create your top list window, you add and it'll show you how to do it. Okay, and then so this is like a top list window, and then you just right click and show tree map. Okay, so but let me know if you're able to create. Oh, okay. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the education section where it says more info. And at the top, Trade Ideas User Guide right here. And then I'll expand it a bit, and it has its own section, watch lists. Okay, right there. So let me know if you're able to do one. If not, I'll show you on. The reason I always want to show people on the guide, because if I could show you, but you're going to forget. There's a few steps, so this is why it's good to have the guide. So as a reference. Yeah, somebody broke something, because they've worked, as you say, Pepe, they have worked flawlessly for years. Football. That's me tomorrow. Lots of football. Do the multi-strategy window, or what is the best way? What is the best way to use this window? I don't quite understand the question. I mean, I've got a multi-strategy window here. I've got an alert window here. So I'm not sure I understand the question. This is a compare count here. The reason I use a multi-strategy window here, well, let me back way up. The reason why most people use a multi-strategy window, if you only have one monitor and you've got maybe 3 or 4 alert windows, yeah, it's used to condense things. You can put as many alert windows as you want in a multi-strategy window. Okay. I mean, I've seen some multi-strategy windows, and if I hovered over strategy, there'd be a huge list. Now, the good thing is that it's probably not a bad thing. I never really thought about it before like this, but you could put everything into a multi-strategy window and only check the ones you want to use on any given day. Now, you would not want to. You would not. I mean, because there are some that we've got in our channels that everything is checked. I mean, there might be 30 or 40. That'd be crazy. Okay. Absolutely crazy. You'd have so many alerts coming at you all day long. So, but not a bad idea. You can put them all in here and then just check the ones you want on any given day because these are all checked. So if I said, for instance, those of you who don't want to short as an example, though I still think the best way to use this is as a watch list. So you would want to see everything all day long, in my opinion. But let's just pretend that you don't want to short. So the gap up and reverse is a potential short, and the gap down and go is a potential short. So you could, if you don't want to, you just uncheck them as an example. Okay. Or maybe you just want to play reversals. So you would uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go and just play reversals. Okay. So you can put as many as you want in here. And again, it's in the guide also under multi-strategy window. I can, if somebody's interested, I can show you how to do one from scratch. But the guide is something you should always refer to, the multi-strategy window section in the guide. So why do I do this? Because I have screen space, because I like to sometimes combine similar scans, which are obviously, these are the gap scans. I think I accidentally exited. No, I didn't. We're gonna have to keep an eye on the Nutanix again, guys. I mean, little buy there, little sell. See, it's a little bit erratic, but another buy. And if it really wants to take out 48, I might have to do it again because the VWAP is far enough away, in my opinion. It's almost at 49. So let's see if it has another little surge. You look at it on a see if you look at it on a 5 minute. Yeah. Speaking of, well, I wasn't really speaking of it very much, but look at Urban, guys. Urban Outfitters. Look at this move. It's an earnings play. Now that's a beautiful move on a 2 minute wave. See how it hardly pierced it at all? Just kept following it up, up, up through the VWAP. All right, guys, it's about 1:30 now, so I'm probably going to take off sometime between quarter to 2 and 2 o'clock, or later if there are questions. The other thing about a multi-strategy window, the only thing you can put it in are alert windows. Okay, you cannot put top lists in. You can only put alert windows into a multi-strategy window. Now, I'll just demonstrate how. So the first thing you would do, okay, first thing you would do is right click the alert window that you want to put into a multi-strategy window. Okay, and you can put many, but I'll start off with that one. So you right click on it and you collaborate, copy. So you've copied this window now. You've copied it. So now you go to new and go to multi-strategy window. Click on multi-strategy window. Pop on my other monitor. Here it is. Nothing's in it. So you right click, hover over strategies, new strategy. All these boxes pop up. Collaborate and paste. There it is. So think of it this way. So the first thing you do is you right click, collaborate, copy. Once you have your multi-strategy window open, then you right click, strategies. Here's another new strategy, collaborate, paste. So if I had another alert window, which I don't, that's all I would do. I would just keep doing this with every alert window that I've got and just keep putting them in there. Then you can also color coordinate these if you want. I do. So I know that orange is bad. Well, bad. I mean, it's to short. Green is to go long. Green and blue, and it's just a matter of right click, go over the strategies, hover over the first one, and where it says colors. Now you can fiddle around with the colors, your foreground and your background. Background. Here's a palette. Let's create something horribly ugly. Say okay, and then foreground. Okay. Oops. I didn't say okay enough. Hmm. If you can't do it from the hue there. Okay. So, that's, you can play around. I mean, that's ugly, ugly, ugly. Okay. But you can just play around with your foreground, your background, and that's what I've done here. So obviously my all my foreground is black. I like the black symbols and just a different background. So there's green, light blue. Those are my long ones. Orange. Sorry, yellow and orange for my short strap. So I just know that, but you can play around with the different color combinations. And the other thing too is give it a name then, because that once you've done that, you go down to properties. So you right click on the multi-strategy window, because otherwise it'll just say multi-strategy window, and go down to properties and then give it a name, window name. All that's in the guide, okay, under multi-strategy window. So what are you doing? Are you shaming me to reload your? Let's see. Reload your scan, Pepe. Well, the one thing about your scan is that it doesn't give too many alerts, which is good. So this gives long and short opportunities. Now, of course, this is way late. Let me. Can we do history? I can't remember now. In multi-strategy windows, I know they used to not be able to. Okay. Oh, that was yesterday. So 9:34. Where's Urban? Or was that yesterday? That was yesterday. Wait a minute. You can't do the view in here, so you can only. I only want to see it the first time. Well, just for you, I'll run it on Friday. My price range, right? 1 to 60, and urban is over 60. Yeah, so that's the reason. Okay. So Nosh, were you able to create a symbol list? If not, I might as well just show you one time on the screen how you can do it if you're still around. Maybe Nosh left. All right, guys, 138. Getting close. Boy, this could be an interesting short now, guys. For urban, if that turns orange because you're underneath, urban is underneath URBN, underneath the VWAP right now, and maybe it's a little downward pressure right there. If this turns orange, I may have to take a little short on this one. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too much. I'm going to wait on this urban just to see if this curls down and that turns orange and takes out maybe the 46 35 level. This might give us a bit of a scalp short opportunity. Still a strong stock, obviously. Still up 11, almost 12%. And it's an earnings play for urban. I mean, look at that. 11:55 is the last alert I had have in this one in this in the gap scan. 11:55. That's it. Time is it now? We're almost 3 hours ago or 2 hours ago. BQ. What did BQ do today? Anything really crazy? I know I saw it in the pre-market, but boy, Todd, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? Other than it's certainly on a 2 minute chart. It is ugly. Look, I mean, look at buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. It's just directionless. Well, good luck. Hope to break the VWAP. So 238 is the VWAP or so. Yeah, you're right. It did touch right there. Touch it right there. So you were hoping, of course, to touch and break through. You know what? I mean, and it was on volume too. So you can't say that not that you would say. I'm just saying it was on volume. The problem is that it took it out, but then it just came right back down. But certainly a lot of volume. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I will. It'll take off. So, to my American friends, have a great Thanksgiving. I will relish sleeping in tomorrow. The room will open on Friday. Okay, the room will open on Friday, the half day. Though I don't think I'm going to do any pre-market work. I'll probably just show up, sometime between 9 and 9:30. Obi, though, I'm assuming, Obi. I shouldn't assume. Obi, are you going to Are you going to show up and trade on Friday? I shouldn't assume that. I'll just wait for Obi to. William, how about you? If Obi doesn't want to, are you going to show up and trade on Friday? You can't open the room, okay? Um, Obi, calling all Obies. Where are you? U.S. markets closed tomorrow on a half day on Friday. Yes, I just have to see at what time Obi, if he wants to at all. I mean, I can understand why a lot of guys will just take Friday off completely. I would, but so I'll hang around just in case Obi is just sort of lurking and doesn't hear me. Maybe I can. Yeah, I've just messaged him to see if he responds. Okay, guys, Alar. I wonder if I should be shorting this one now. This is maybe taking a little breakdown now. Little move here for the Zixi guys, ZYXI. Little move here, some volume coming in, ZYXI. I'm just hanging around to see if Obi responds. Maybe what you can do for me, William, if I take off, if he does answer, just post it somewhere, like private message me. I'm still going to be. I'm keeping the room open, of course. I'm not going to close. Not closing this down. Okay, if you don't mind. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. So again, great Thanksgiving, American friends. See you Friday morning. So I'm muting myself now. I have to shut down YouTube though completely.